Come on, Mac Mini. Reboot. Reboot. You know you wanna. What's going on in my mind? I'm thinking about work while I'm waiting for the Mac Mini to reboot. But hey, we're live on the YouTube now. Okay, so on the YouTube, let me recap what our plan for the day is. We're doing a Rare Wednesday stream, which is fun. But our plan for today is let's keep vibing this stuff out. No, I'm not going to set up Apple Intelligence. All right, we fixed a major CPU RAM disk spike when backups were happening. We're going to continue to do so. We're gonna look at the results and see if there's anything major that we need to fix. And yes, finally, my Mac Mini finally finished rebooting. All right, so I can at least show that. Just resizing this stuff a bit. All right, so let me close that. We did want that. Shuffle these around. So yeah, my Mac Mini has been rebooting randomly, which I find really annoying. And it's not even like a full-on reboot. It's just more like some process is crashing and it just needs to start fresh again. But the fact that it's doing that is definitely not good, you know? So I just did an update of some things just to see. All right, so my guess is this Pilcrow dude is building like a Clerk competitor at this point, which would make sense. Okay, and Mary Jo, how's the vibing today? We're kind of just getting started. I still have stuff like crashing. Like my Mac Mini crashes randomly from time to time. So because of that, I'm still like getting set back up from where we were. Which is a little annoying, but you know, not the end of the world. Yeah, I don't know. We just did an update of Mac OS just to see if that could have been part of it. I am still not on Tahoe. I'm still over on like the previous one. I forget what they called it. I can look. Hold on. Yeah, I'm still on Sequoia. Do I think programming languages are gone around 2030 and we will only write English? Why would it be limited to English? And no, I don't think so. Because, like, are you going to have LLMs generate, like, raw assembly? That's a terrible fucking idea. You know? Something has to act as, like, the deterministic compiler. There's nothing deterministic about an LLM, so there's no way you can make that a compiler. Right? I mean, you can make LLMs more deterministic, sure. Right? By just changing temperature. But then that, like, loses the entire value of them, right? The reason we have languages that compile to things is so that we can have a consistent output from them. If that output weren't consistent, then we have an issue. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, dude, have you seen how some people speak English? People who were like taught it in school natively, they've been speaking it their entire life, and somehow they're still that bad at it. Yeah, what's hold on, it's from one of Bruce Willis's movies. Which one is it? Lady, take it easy. I only speak English and bad English. Like Die Hard 3? I think that was Die Hard 3. It was number 3, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was number 1. I'm just trying to think of like what interaction would he have had in number 1, right? So it's got to be number 3 because number 2 sucks. Like maybe this is my fragile masculinity showing, but number 2 always kind of like makes me wonder why the hell I'm watching this movie because of the 5 minutes of naked yoga at the beginning. I'm just gonna be right out there and up front and say it. Like, yeah, the 5 minutes of naked yoga is a bit much. William Sadler should be proud of himself, but also not something I want to watch. Okay. William Sadler was the actor. If you didn't know. I actually really like him. Like he plays such a good bad guy. Like in the movie Solo, Die Hard 2. I mean, it's a bad film, so it's only There's only so much you can be like a good actor in a bad film. We call that range of like quality from 0 to Raul Julia. The absolute pinnacle of being a good actor in a bad film is Raul Julia in that Street Fighter movie, right? So 0 is being a bad actor in a bad film, right? Obviously. And the positive end of the spectrum is Raul Julia. I believe that's science. No, I have moral problems with that. How did I learn this shit? For free by reading stuff. I dislike anything that makes money off of like teaching people, right? Like that makes money off of like people who are not already professionals. Now, could I make a course that is like targeted towards actual professionals? Maybe, and that would be worth it. Sure. I do think like a roll your own auth course could be useful. Whether I ever get around to it or not, whatever, but rollyourownauth.com. I got that domain. But yeah, as far as like anything that like would target beginners in any way, like hell no. For my age, dude, I'm 41. I was there, you know? Like, maybe not the original web. But no, I remember GeoCities. I remember ASL on AOL. I'll take that compliment. Thank you. What is used in the industry to test endpoints? Typically, you can do that with what is just like glorified curl requests. That's like the baseline. When you say in the industry, it's typically based on like what language and framework you're using, Vortism. However, I do really like using Dread. So here's the thing, right? Postman sucks. Like, Postman fucking sucks. It's just a pile of vendor lock-in. Now, what you're getting at is you probably want to have a solid open API specification. And if you have a solid open API specification, then you can start testing the endpoints with something like, Dread.js. Now, if you're talking about just like doing ad hoc, just like one-off testing, well then yeah, Postman or Insomnia or Insomnium or whatever. But if you're talking about like automated tests to verify the truth or the truthiness of your OpenAPI spec, Dread is what you would use. It really just depends. It massively, massively depends. So Dread.js is super fucking deprecated. They don't have anything that is modern, and you can still use Dread today. Like, you can actually still use it, even if it is archived. I would love to do a lighter mode, right? Or not a lighter mode, a better version. The stream is really choppy, Moduli. I have not dropped a single frame in any way whatsoever, so that's got to be on your end. If you just lower my quality a bit, you'll be fine. Right? Like, you don't need me at full 1080p because I usually zoom in enough. So you could do 720 and probably be okay. So, Vortism. The way that someone recommended Postman, that is a good way of sharing like API testing, but it's very ad hoc and it's not something you would want to do in like CI/CD. Dread, even though deprecated, is a really nice way of validating your OpenAPI specification in CI/CD. And I happen to make a YouTube video about it if you're willing to watch it. Yeah, this is actually one of the things I want to do at some point. I want to revive Dread. Definitely not. I mean, that's based on country. What I'm saying is I would definitely not say that. I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm saying I would never say that. Because it really depends on the country, you know, the industry, whether you want remote or not. Like, and all of that depends too much. Like, you're not going to find some random person on the internet to give you something that is specific to your use case. You have to put in that effort and research. Just look it up. You should, if you're looking for job opportunities, you're searching this shit. Yeah. LinkedIn, Indeed, whatever. Last thing to remember, never apply through LinkedIn or Indeed. Go to the company's website and apply through whatever they use. I wouldn't say that's unfortunate. That's Zeomark. That's why I was also pushing back on like why I would never say that, because I don't give a shit about the framework war stuff, man. I just don't care. You can write really, really fucking good applications with any of these things. You can write really shit applications with any of these things. The framework doesn't matter. The person wielding it does. No, in general, I'm not a fan of those things. I think they end up being unnecessary bullshit almost every time. Yeah, do not reply directly with LinkedIn. Nah, don't do it. It's just too easy to spam. It's just unnecessary vortism, and anything unnecessary tends to make the experience worse for the user by having more shit to load. And that's fine, Zio. I just think that's not Angular's fault. It's the team you were working on. It's the people that set it up. Angular's fine. You just have a bad experience with it. You could have that same experience with a terribly written Vue app, a terribly written React app. Who gives a shit? Yeah, you can have painful experiences with any of these things, man. I smashed my thumb with a hammer. I'm never using a hammer again. Or maybe just get better at wielding the hammer. No, it was that specific hammer. Not all hammers. Just that one hammer. I smashed my thumb. I'm never using that hammer again. Okay. I just think you weren't swinging it right or something, man. It's fine, Zio. Like, I do not give a fuck about these language versus language conversations that you seem to be really prone to. I do not fucking care. It's fine. You can get shit done with it. Like, the number one rule of this channel is no X versus Y. And you're basically trying to bait X versus Y conversations. I'm tired of it. Right? You don't even follow the channel yet. It's starting to feel a little trolly with these things that are a part of the number one rule of the channel. Rust is used for all sorts of stuff. I don't know, man. Google search. No, I understand that, Zio, but we have one very specific rule, no X versus Y, and you're trying to bait some X versus Y shit. I'm tired of it. This is your warning. Yes, I have, and I'm not going to go into that conversation. Like, I can just ban you if you don't want to get it. We do not have those conversations here. Not randomly prompted from someone who doesn't even follow the channel. You get it? Will these conversations come up every once in a while organically? Absolutely. Not from some brand new person who seems to be just trying to like drive arguments with their comments, like your Angular one. Right? This is like number 5 or 6 of your messages that I do not like. Fuck that shit. I've been very nice so far, Zio. What am I using for vibe coding? We're kind of mixing and matching. We're toying with Conductor for some stuff. We're toying with Open Code for some other things. That's mainly it for now. You're making a classifier to GAN to back to classifier in signal series of neural networks. Interesting. Yeah, I don't want to get into those conversations either at the moment. I'd actually maybe just start like working on some stuff, but I've been responding to your guys' 20 questions here. You know? Now, that's not your fault, Pixelfire. The other people that were asking the language bullshit kind of wore out my quota for random questions for the moment. All right? That buffer's filled up. Okay, I don't care, Zia. I told you the number 1 rule of the channel, no X versus Y, and you kept pushing it. No, thank you. The follow thing does matter. It's a heuristic. It is just the smallest thing you can do to hint to the streamer that you're actually wanting to be here, that you're not just some drive-by troll. So far, your messages have made you seem like a drive-by troll, and you're not even willing to do the one thing that makes you seem less like one. See what I'm getting at? When you're not even willing to read the rules of a stream, that is a very, very big heuristic towards this person being a troll. Because you have to read it before you're even allowed to chat. Right? And you just skipped right by it, didn't you? Isn't that kind of something that trolls do? I think so. So I'm not saying you are specifically a troll, but you are exhibiting troll-like behavior. You can use the unban request system in the future if you still want to hang out and chat, but I don't like the way you chat so far. And I gave you warnings. I gave you multiple warnings. People who know this channel know that you got way more leniency than I've given to a lot of people in the past. Yep, dev is just solving problems. Exactly. All right, so let's relaunch some of these things that we had to reset on because the Mac Mini rebooted for some reason. Okay, sorry. So yeah, I have a coworker who's our designer, and I currently have a task at GitKraken to write a blog post about some things. I need to generate some infographics, and I tried seeing like what products we could use to generate infographics. OpenAI, fucking awful. Like, dude, it's like the SVGs it generates like don't even like obey their boundaries and stuff, and like things just shift and it's weird. Nano Banana, not bad, but it just does like a PNG. You can't generate an SVG from it. I'm guessing because they don't want you to be able to remove the watermark or something, which you could just do with cropping. But yeah, so I wasn't able to get it, like I wasn't able to get Nano Banana to spit out an SVG, and I also wasn't able to get it to like take an infographic that has like 4 sections and split those out into individual images. Nano Banana just gave the same thing over and over again, which was also weird. But theoretically, you can prompt Figma's make to generate some of these infographic things. And then from there, it's just in Figma and you can modify it, and then you can just like export it as an image or an SVG or a PDF or whatever, right? So this is really like, I think, powerful, but we're not able to easily get some of like our brand guidelines into it. So it's just like generically styled instead of like GitKraken styled. So that's like kind of like something we're working on that I think would be really like a big boost for our team, because we have one designer for like the marketing team, and he is constantly getting pulled in like different directions about stuff to build. If we could free him up from some of these things, like, oh, hey, I got these infographics I need, we don't need to have him make them anymore. We can just do it. Is Make paid? I think there is a free tier. I think there is a free tier of Make, because I think I'm on it, but you don't end up getting access to things like libraries and like things that you've exported, and that's where we're running into an issue. And theoretically, he ran into the same issue, so maybe it's not the same. But I wasn't able to use like an existing Figma that has our brand guidelines in it for some reason, because I think I'm on the free tier and it doesn't have that access. So I think the basic part of Make is open, but then like to use, you know, like brand guidelines or something, I think you have to be on the paid tier for that. And Kryptonite, I don't know, man. I'm not sure I know how bright you think it was shining a few years ago. So it's a very subjective statement. It's a very subjective question, to where like I couldn't possibly answer it because I don't know what you think about how bright it was and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what you consider a bright future. I don't know, man. It's a fine language. It does things pretty performantly, and I trust myself to write Rust more than I trust myself to write C++. That's about it. Anything else you want to infer from it? Dude, just, we have this entire internet. I would suggest that instead. I do not like these kind of like the future of conversations. I actually have a lot of like pet peeves about the kinds of conversations I want to entertain. Thinking about the future farther than like 6 months from now? Why? It's a fool's errand. Humans are really fucking bad at predicting that shit. Just don't. Don't waste any thought process on it. Worry about now, between now and the next 6 months, max. What's going to happen in 5 years? I don't fucking know. No one 5 years ago could have predicted what's happening now anyway, so who fucking cares? There's only one person I've ever met who has absolutely seen the writing on the wall 10 years ahead of time, right? And that's Gary Bernhardt with his talk about WASM, right? WebAssembly. We are now living that WASM future. He may have just had like the timeline slightly wrong. He's so far the only person I know of that can predict any of this tech future stuff. And I think he just got really lucky with that one. So at that point, like, do you think you're going to have some fundamental, like, life-changing epiphany that means that you have predicted this future better than any other human being in the world? Do you think anyone here in chat has had that as well? The answer is going to be no. So why even waste any of your energy thinking about it? Right? What's the alcoholics mantra or whatever? Right? The serenity prayer, right? Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. This should actually mostly be applied to how we think about the future. Not actually like alcohol or one day at a time bullshit or anything. Like, yeah, like literally, like you cannot predict the future. Give me the serenity to accept that I cannot predict the future, do the things I can to affect my immediate reality, and the wisdom to actually know the difference between the two. In my opinion, it actually makes more sense to not just be an alcoholic thing. It is an everyone thing. Stop trying to predict the future. Trying to predict and weigh the future is essential for investment, both in time and money. Yeah, you're grasping at straws and edge cases. Is this an investment stream? So what the fuck does any of that have to do with what we're talking about, dude? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. This is not an investment stream. We're not talking about investing. So it's not a conversation I want to have whatsoever anyway. I'm calling bullshit. Learning any new language is an investment in your own ability to learn new things. That investment, it doesn't matter what thing you're learning, just learn new things. Learning Rust as a time investment because you think it's going to be this thing that's famous in 5 years? Fuck you. You're wrong. You're absolutely fucking wrong if you think you can make any bets on anything about tech 5 years out. You can't do it. You're a fucking liar. If you were correct, you'd be a billionaire riding the fucking NVIDIA train right now, right? But you're not. Nobody here is. Because anyone that is that prescient, they're a fucking billionaire that's not hanging out in this chat. I do think the Adam Wathan Refactoring UI book is still very prevalent and useful. Yeah, it takes like a month to learn a new language. Exactly, they're saying, right? Like, oh, learning Rust is this huge time investment. No, dude, learning a new language is an investment in you understanding the world better, not just investing into that one fucking language. Learning Rust will make you a better TypeScript dev. Learning TypeScript will make you a better Rust dev. Because good ideas are portable. It's not the thing. It's not about trying to predict the future. It's about expanding your ability to reason. And learning new languages will help you do that. Anyone who's good at what they do can switch languages and be productive within a month or two. Yeah, right? Exactly. Just learning one functional language will make you a better object oriented programmer. Learning a little bit of object oriented programming will make you better at functional programming. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, Kryptonite, right? Rust is so less meaningful in that context. It's just a syntax. Whereas system design is really fucking important. But you're not like investing into learning system design. You're just doing that anyway because it's useful now, not even into the future. Right? Worrying about whether that learning is going to be useful in the future doesn't matter because you should worry about learning faster so that you can learn all these new things in the future, even if the ones you learned aren't useful. Like, I remember ActionScript. Was I learning ActionScript as an investment into the future? No, I was learning ActionScript as basically my first programming language. I needed to learn basic logic structure before the language itself actually even mattered anyway. Yeah, no resortism. This is one of my favorite rants to go on. So even if we had to ban someone who I perceived as somewhat trolly, maybe they can come back because maybe it wasn't that bad, but they weren't taking the hint. That was the biggest problem. Even if I banned them, it did maybe somewhat spur the general thesis I have about why we don't do the X versus Y stuff. So at that point, okay, big win. Big win. Okay. The refactoring UI book? Yeah, that one's really good, for sure. Okay, so all right, so we've gotten right back to this bug again. Okay, yep. So, yeah, we're going to do this over in the monitor. Yeah. And yeah, what's up there, Figueredo? What you up to? All right, so we're going to plan this out. So yeah, we're still running into just like some major UI issues, right? They made it look prettier for sure. Like it looks way prettier now. Like way prettier. Now let's look at this. We refresh. CPU has not spiked anytime recently in the last 24 hours. We've seen some minor spikes. We've seen memory grow to just 33%, and we've seen disk usage hover at just around 40%. That's huge. Yeah, so we're no longer completely bottlenecking this system. Does that mean that we're done? No, because it does seem like, well, we've had way more disconnects over that time. But yeah, like a lot of these values just don't seem to be getting tracked the right way. All right, so we're back to the do it for that one. $5,000 a second? Like, dude, none of this math seems right. We'll let this finish. Yeah, because there's definitely some stuff that we have locally that we haven't pushed up yet. So we'll have to do that separately. So our action for benchmarking should not use a local baseline. Instead, the baseline should be the okay, so hold on. Should be we hold on. Right, so let's get it trying to churn on that part. Okay, yeah, no, this is good. This seems better, but all right. So the fix for the monitor, we add diff row and improve live card values. All right, so we kick that one off. Okie dokie. Do both. All right, so then do it. Okay, so it did this part. So now, oh, another soda already. Um, All right, so we go and do that. How do we configure the rule set for GitHub? Got GitHub, for GitHub, same thing. You know what I meant. I like the alternative. All right, so go to settings, rules, rule set. Target branches main and master. All right, so path file condition, if available on my plan. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, so I guess we have to do that. Hmm. Okay. So yeah, shit. All right, we'll do it. Let me do this. Oh, Theo did go stream today. Okay, he just got started late. That makes sense. Well, he started like at the exact same time I did. Interesting. All right. Okay, so yeah, multi-factor auth. Oh. Okay, so I think we're good now. Okay, so we haven't pushed that up yet. Okay, so yeah, now that we're going to be forcing like a PR flow, this is where conductor might be a better option. Right? Because then it's going to create work trees and we can just like we can juggle that stuff separate. That might be the move. So yeah, this is definitely like re-solidifying kind of like an assumption I made in that conductor is especially good when you're working on a single project, right? Like a big monorepo or something. When you just have like a bunch of disparate repos, it's not nearly as necessary. But yeah, the work tree stuff is definitely necessary if you have like a bunch of things you're trying to do to the same code base. So I think that makes sense. Okay, so then if we go back to it, right, we got a branch we pushed up. We can make a PR for it. Oh, oh, GitHub. No, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Nope, not what I wanted. Okay, so we'll let the benchmarks run at least, because those should at least complete, but there may be some issues with it. So we'll let those go. Let me go use the restroom while I grab another soda and some ice cubes, and I will be right back. Grabbing the soda. 1 second. Alrighty. So yeah, how is everyone's Wednesday? And yeah, the benchmarks do take a bit. Let's double check how this part's doing. So we're still in plan mode. So a rolling live rate. Yeah. Oh, and I just realized music is a bit loud. Damn. It's been that way probably all day, huh? All right, so while that is ticking, we got other stuff we want to do too. All right, so here's what we want to do. We want to go grab some ghosty shader, or some shader toy shader, I should say. Okay, so then Okay, so we're up to date there. What's up, Chica? That was just a minute or two ago. What were you asking that about? I must have missed the context or something. Okay, so now if we go to settings here, we got synthwave sunset. Hmm. Right, so this is upside down. But it didn't work. All right, so Opus, have at it. Keep exploring. Then we'll keep hammering out some of this other BS. Okay, man. I just now saw this. Let's see. Captain Chica, still curious what you were saying in chat here. Victus, I don't know, man. Go for it, I guess. And then Manlin, my tags are JavaScript and web dev. Yeah, we're doing a bunch of stuff, so I don't know. It's in there. I don't know, man. We just talked about this. I don't care about talking about the future of things. As human beings, we're really bad at predicting any of that, and why waste any effort or energy on it? You should not be thinking beyond like 6 months to a year from now. Anything else is just an exercise in anxiety. Manlin, you think he's a bot? I think we've had Victus here a few times. Victus has been here since 2020. I would consider you more of a bot than them, because they've been following since 2020. Meanwhile, Manlin, you don't even follow, and you've had 85 messages here in chat. What does that say? But yeah, Victus, I don't know, man. Why are you shitting your pants? Why? Like, why is it worth the anxiety? Why is it worth worrying about? Why is it worth stressing about? Just take it as it comes. Who gives a shit, dude? That's all you're ever going to be able to do anyway. Okay, so our rate value is actually accurate now. That actually feels pretty good. I am curious how our rate could be higher, but our value is lower. There's got to be something wrong there. Oh, but now we see that their rate is higher. Okay. So then if we hover it, messages per second over the last 10 seconds. Got it. So it's going to fluctuate. I'm okay with that. That actually feels pretty good. That is the stuff we're vibing. All right, and then what is this branch? This is and what's up, Heiner? Excuse me. Victor's, I mean, you can keep watching that stuff, but just recognize that the reason people make this shit is strictly because they make money off it. The people hyping all of this AI shit on YouTube make money because they get a lot of views on YouTube, right? The people that hype this shit on Twitter make money because they get the Elon bucks from their Twitter feed. Like, all of these people who are massively, like, using hyperbole to describe these things, almost all of them have some fucking, like, monetary interest in the hype train. Right? Just follow the money. And you will understand why these people seem incentivized to fucking claim the sky is falling, right? They don't get paid for reason takes. Reason takes do not get views on social media. Right? Being reasonable is not a way to make money via views, you know? That's all there is to it. I almost guarantee Theo is doing it for the money. Yes. He is invested in a bunch of the AI companies around SF, right? He is friends with a lot of these people. He makes money off of doing AI ads on his videos that are about AI stuff. Like, yes, it is absolutely a business for him. So you got to take what he says with a grain of salt. I'm not saying he's like lying to us on purpose. I am saying that money changes things, you know? Anytime money is involved, you got to take what people are saying with a grain of salt. I'm not saying Theo is doing it maliciously. He just has a bias that I think he is well aware of, but it's not obvious to every single new person watching this stuff until they understand that. He's called it out before, right? He does ads for AI companies. Like, he does all this shit. Like, he makes money off of the hype. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, once you recognize that the people hyping this shit up make money off the hype, that is the genesis of the hype, not that it's actually changing the fucking world. Right? You remember 3 or 4 years ago when it was blockchain this, blockchain that? Right? Right? Fuck, you remember NFTs? So yeah, I don't know, man. Just, I consider Theo a friend, but just, you gotta recognize he has biases. We all do. Even I do. My main bias is, don't waste time worrying about shit you can't change. Which is where all of this, like, you know, clutching pearls over the future comes from. Why the fuck are you wasting any energy or stress over stuff that you cannot possibly change? Can you do anything about it? If the answer is no, why do you fucking care? I'm not saying you shouldn't do anything about it. Yes, you should do everything you can to remain employable. But that doesn't require having a fucking crystal ball to see 5 years in the future. No, just solve like the 6 month to a year problem. In the same exact way that the creator of Anthropic has said, we're 6 months away from not needing any engineers ever again. Yeah, he said that many multiples of 6 months ago. Every 6 months, we probably need to like repost an article that says like 6 months ago, 6 months ago, 6 months ago. I think we're already like 2 years down the line from that first 6 months prediction, right? So number one, stop fucking listening to that dude. I mean, dude. That'd be like believing Elon when he says fully self-driving is coming next year. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit, dude. It's like believing Elon when he's talking about the Hyperloop. No, it's actually proven at this point, right, from his biographer and everyone else, that the Hyperloop was just a way to derail public transit. Because he makes his money off cars, obviously. Like, dude, like, how many times do people have to, like, show you who they are before you believe them? You know? And I'm not saying believe what they're saying. I'm saying believe who they actually are. When they show you that they are a fucking liar, how many times of them lying to you is it going to take before you realize they're a fucking liar and you shouldn't listen to what they say? You know? I'm not saying listen to what they're saying. I'm saying listen and see what they're doing. Right? Judge them by their character, not their statements. And their character is that any statement they make is fucking wrong because they're just trying to sell you something. I'll just put it this way. Elon has never done a single thing in his entire life that he did purely for the benefit of another person. No way. No way. If he's not majority getting the benefit of whatever he's done, he's not doing it. He just doesn't do it. Once you recognize that about him, yeah, dude, he's not trying to help anybody. He's trying to help himself, and that's it. So any claim he makes, follow the money. There is not a single thing he will ever do for humanity that is purely for humanity's sake. How do I know that? The history of his actions. You know? But these are the guys that people just somehow can't get it through their head that they're lying to you every single time they open their mouth. How can you tell they're lying? Their mouth is moving. But okay, so yeah, we've got stuff up in branches now. Oh, I guess clips don't even work on this channel? Oh, I should fix that at least. Yeah, that's a bug. Did you? Yeah, I can't even get it to show. Maybe it works over here? Oh, it does. It just didn't load on my other system. Oh, it was just the chat that was expired. Now I see. All right, yeah, maybe that one's good. I'll have to like actually watch it later. Alrighty. So yeah, anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? Yeah, no worries there, Victors. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. If you're still here, the biggest thing is my point was not to do nothing. It was not to worry. You should be doing things, right? You should be learning how to use these new tools and all that shit. You should just not be stressing about it. I think that's the most important thing. I think in general, people need more of like a fighter mentality. Like, who cares what the fuck happens in the future? Just trust that you'll be able to figure it out. Once you have that faith in yourself, dude, who gives a shit, man? Who gives a shit? Just like, does it mean that, oh, you're gonna be like a billionaire? No, it just means like have a little faith that you'll figure out how to exist, without becoming homeless. And even if you do become homeless, you can actually become homeless and still like bounce back. It is totally possible. There are ways to live incredibly cheaply in society. You may have to explore some of those avenues if you've never done it before, but it's totally doable. But yeah, what's up, Mictronics? How you doing? Oh, and yeah, someone earlier asked allergies. Hold on, who was that? Heiner. You were asking, was that allergies? I don't think it's allergies. Like, I know there's like some dust and stuff in here. I just sneeze every once in a while, you know? It's crazy how fast the tech evolves. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's like the biggest thing. Okay, so yeah, so based on this, I want to flip the workflow now. What I want to do now is I want to take these things that we've been like open coding from the terminal, and now that we're going to be enforcing like strict like PR guidelines and limits, that is where Conductor actually shines. Should we also be giving like other tools a try? Like, is there other stuff? I really do need to switch to Freeman and other stuff today. That'd be good. Inachu, that is totally fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Baju or BJ? You trolling? Yeah, so what is that thing you were mentioning that is a must-have? The little bit of trolling, what was that? Oh, and you've been following for a couple days. Okay. That was just your first chat. Oh, that's cool, man. Well, thank you for chatting from your first follow a couple days ago. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's cool, man. You notice all the old free website hosters are all dead? No. I mean, there's NeoCities, which is like a modern implementation of GeoCities. Oh, it's okay, Inachu. Like, don't feel bad about that. So, yeah, this is like probably closest to what you were thinking about. But if you just want to host static assets, there's GitHub Pages, there's render.com, there's Cloudflare Pages and Cloudflare Workers. There's like a lot of like free hosting platforms now. But if you were really pining for like the old days and that style of free website, NeoCities is probably as close as you're going to get. Right? It's like a modern implementation of the GeoCities mentality, right? But that said, there's a bunch of ways to host HTML and CSS for free. So if your project is already on Google, or sorry, not Google, GitHub, a GitHub Pages site is probably what you're looking for, right? If you're trying to host the game that you made. This is probably closer to what you're looking for if it's like related to the context of your previous statements, right? Like about the game Defender or whatever. GitHub Pages is probably what you're looking for. But keep in mind that this is just for static assets, not anything that requires like a back-end, like server-side logic. So if it's just pure HTML, CSS, JavaScript, yeah, GitHub Pages will do that just fine. Yeah, I would say there's actually more ways to host things for free today than there ever have been in the past. Right? Like you can host like fully like You could basically find like ways to host businesses for free, which is crazy. Yeah, the amount of stuff that you can do for free these days is pretty insane. Yes, you can totally build a GitHub Pages site that communicates with a backend that you have elsewhere. That's a separate thing, though. But you can do that too. Like, that's totally doable. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. At that point, you're probably better off with your own domain name. And then using like static hosting through like Cloudflare or Vercel or whatever, right? But just saying, there are a lot of options for free hosting of all sorts of shit, right? So yeah, Inachu, if you were not aware of that, well, now you do, and holy shit, the sky is the limit, right? The world is your oyster. Do ISPs still offer free hosting? I wouldn't use them. Nah. Like, are you talking like Comcast or like some of those things? Like, nah, I wouldn't use them. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Nah. Now, do not vendor lock yourself to some asshole like Comcast. That would be a terrible idea. Seriously, Inachu, just look at GitHub Pages, Cloudflare Workers, or Cloudflare Pages, or Vercel, or Netlify. Like, there are so many companies out there where you can like host static assets super fucking free and cheap without having to like learn too much. Yeah, there's actually more options for free hosting today than there were in the past. If you're talking about like your own like actual assets. If you're talking about things that are more curated, well, yeah, no, back in the day we had Angel Fire, GeoCities. I know Lycos had something. Right? Zynga or whatever, Zanga maybe. I don't remember the name. There were like a bunch of like curated like host shit otherwise, like Blogspot and all that bullshit. I think what we have today is actually better because you have more power compared to like the curated systems that you were on in the past. Okay, so what we're trying to do now. Fixed and pushed. All right, so this is one where we want to do this kind of separate. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Manlin, that is probably a little more old school than you should be going. That's like something you would do like 30 years ago, you know? There are better processes and practices that you should be more familiar with at this point. I'm just saying if you want to like level yourself up. Okay. Let's keep going. Cold Fusion? I mean, there's still a bunch of shit being done with Cold Fusion. Yeah, no, I've totally met people using Cold Fusion like today still. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you don't want to like fight for those kind of things, but they're like, dude, there's still people doing COBOL. Like, there's still jobs out there. That's why people are like, oh my god, is the future bright for like language X versus Y or whatever? Like, dude, those people are fucking clueless. It's not about the future, it's about what you can do with the thing. If you think you could become a wizard with COBOL, there's some jobs out there that will pay you like $1 million a year. Now, how many jobs are there like that? Only a few. Yeah, dude. Yep, 100%, man. Let me get more music going. Oh, man. Woo. I'm not building a game. Yeah, it kind of shows how much you were actually paying attention, which is fine. It's not a big deal. I'm not trying to roast you, not trying to be a dick about it. I'm just saying it is kind of funny. That's all. Because you do seem it like at least you're not like trolling, you're not just like drive by spamming us. So, just pointing out. And it's vibing, but thank you there, Manlin. So yeah, we're doing software stuff. We're doing like web app stuff, not gaming. Eventually, I do want to make games. But that's not my goal right now. I want to make software that makes me money so I can afford to make games because games just categorically don't make money. Right? The odds of making a game that will be successful is incredibly fucking low. Now, if it ends up happening, that'd be great. That'd be fan-fucking-tastic. But it's, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just... Oh, that might have been it, Manlin. That might be totally it. And I think I actually confused you and them, actually. I thought they were the one that said that. I'm sorry, Manlin. Yeah, I totally mixed that up in my head. Just like 5 minutes after you said it. Not even 5 minutes. Just a minute after you said it. It's like we're smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Why is this song trying to put us to sleep? Well, we're just going to skip it. There we go. I know for a fact we listened to that entire song yesterday because I don't remember skipping it. My bad, chat. My bad. So, all right, hold on. Let me catch up on chat. Used to alpha test for free. One was One Must Fall, the alpha rocked, but the beta sucked, so you quit. Then you were alpha testing VMware. Alpha testing lasted less than a month. What do you mean by that? Hold on. Was there a comment before that I missed? I mean, that sounds cool. Was there like something you were getting at? Like alpha testing VMware just sucked? I could understand alpha testing games. That would be fun. Alpha testing like software actually sounds really fucking boring. Hey, so we rolled out a new button on VMware. Give it a shot. Let us know how it goes. And I know I say this, and we totally do that at GitKraken. Like, it's only valuable and fun if it's actually something you look forward to and you actually use every day. You know? For customers who use VMware, yeah, they might really care about that new button. They would love to alpha test that shit. But just some, like, tester who doesn't do this stuff, like, what? They don't care. Yeah, dude, that's gonna suck. That would just suck. So yeah, I don't know. I get it. I remember back in the day, I tried to get into like playtesting. I don't remember how or why, but I totally gave up on it very quickly. It was just too much effort for what you got out of it. Right? Like, I'm here in Washington, so it would have been like Microsoft games and like Xbox shit, you know? Like playtesting wise. Like, Nintendo's even right there. There was totally like a Nintendo playtesting thing too. And I just kept thinking like, oh, so you guys don't play games for fun. You play games as a business. Boy, that would suck. And then you realize like how many hours you got to put in for the playtesting to actually stay in the program. And they're not even paying you in the program. You just get free shit. Like, dude, yeah, playtesters. That one's crazy to me. Like game playtesters. How is that a thing? It's just child labor exploitation most of the time, isn't it? Yeah, you're playing the same level over and over again trying to like find shit, right? Like it's not even like playing a game anymore. Yeah. Could be really fun just as like a story though, you know? Like, oh yeah, oh that game's amazing. I remember playtesting for it, dude. You know this one thing and the one thing and the one thing and how that changed? Yeah, I caught that bug. You know, like you know why you see like the thing there on the wall that like blocks you from moving anywhere? Yeah, because I discovered if that thing wasn't there, I could like glitch through the wall in a certain way and blah blah blah. Like, I don't know, that'd be a fun joke for the like just a thing for the future, wouldn't it? That'd be kind of cool. Like, no, I found this one bug and there's this one thing you can find in game that is there because I reported that bug. That'd be really fucking cool, in my opinion, actually. Like that'd be awesome. You know? Get to make a mark on history? Damn, that'd be cool. So like I could see that, but is that ever really how that works? No. I mean, you're not wrong. That does probably sound like every playtester's vocabulary, but sure. I get it. I get it. Anyway, let's keep going. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to stop prompting these two projects via OpenCode and bring them into Conductor. Right? I think that's the move. Then it can start creating the work trees and like other things, and like we can start coordinating within the repo. All because we decided to start enforcing branch protection. But I think it's worth it. Now we force like because we don't want any more regressions on the performance of the turbo, like of the turbo stream. The monitor, we don't care about performance, but yeah, we need to make sure like benchmarks are running. We see two benchmarks that regress. I guess I'm even wondering, like, how is this even possible? I guess we didn't change anything about the testing or even the source code in here. This is all purely like benchmarking changes. So I'm tempted to just like force merge it through. But I just wonder if this is even like a good thing. Like, we'd be better off if we had like a self-hosted runner in which we could like strictly control the performance of the instances we get. Yeah, like benchmarking has to happen on like a on like a much more stable platform. Doing it in a GitHub action is probably just as bad as like keeping my shit from local and like, oh yeah, maybe I ran the benchmarks and committed it, but I was doing a bunch of other shit too, because like, yeah, why not? Almost need to like just have a script to use some cloud API and spin up a VPS to do this shit in, and that VPS is just, we run every benchmark in parallel kind of thing on that same VPS, same hardware, after flushing, clearing things, pausing for, I don't know, 10 seconds. We need like a dedicated benchmark VPS we spin up and spin down. Who does have the best API for that? I know AWS is probably a good option. I think DigitalOcean has a decent API for like spinning up and spinning down like a VPS real quick for like benchmarking purposes kind of thing. I don't think we'd have access for that on server.pro. Like, who else has like a solid infrastructure API that you could just like script? Has Linode gotten better around that? I feel like they were one of the worst when I looked at it last, but maybe they got a decent REST API now. They're owned by Akamai. There's got to be some money reinvested toward that, right? My guess would be Vultr can do it. My guess would be maybe OVH can do it. I don't know if that's something Hetzner would do. No matter what, we just care about comparative benchmarking. We don't care about raw numbers. As long as we're running comparatively to each other on the same hardware, that should be all that matters. Right? And when I'm saying a VPS, I'm saying like we could reserve a larger one if it's for a shorter time, because the benchmarks are going to run for a very short amount of time. We don't care about the monthly cost anymore. If it costs us, I don't know, if it costs us $1 to benchmark, I'm okay with it. I could do that. It'd have to go through like a special approval process or something. Like tag it as like ready for benchmark. Don't want some random to be able to like rack up some benchmarking bill. You know, like it'd have to be like me that tags it and does it. I think that could work. I don't like the idea of doing it within the GitHub Action infrastructure, because I think these things are running as even separate like actions. So you don't have a guarantee that they're running on the same like instance, or like there's almost no guarantee it's even the same CPU architecture, right? I think it depends. Like where do you define that? Hold on. So inputs.target. We do see that there. So that is then target, and then we should probably see like target capitalized somewhere. Monitored target, dash target, target. Mm-hmm. Hmm. No, I get it. I just like thinking about things sometimes. I know, weird, right? Oh, fuck me, right? Like, I sometimes I just want to think about something, man. You know? Hold on. What am I even thinking of? Where someone then goes, and that is why you lose, or something like. But it's like the asshole in the film saying it, right? What is that from? Hold on, like what is that from? Anyone remember? Like that's got to be from a movie. I'm like seeing a scene in my head that's just like fuzzy, But I can like hear it. Like, but it's not said by someone who's actually cool, you know. I'm trying to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I hallucinated it. Yeah, I don't know. Target build for the tool. You're correct. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the run's on. I guess we are not defining specifically anywhere. You're totally right. That's a good call. I thought we did have a like I could. Nah, you're totally right. This is just actually like the compile target, right? This is just the compilation target, which Rust should be able to like cross compile for all these things from whatever. So that's a good call. Yeah, we're probably just using Ubuntu latest. Where did you see that? Where? I mean, I could search for it. Oh, there it is. There's the runs on. Yeah, you're right. So it's for the entire job itself, right? So I would say within this context, actually, let's look at what we got here. Yeah, exactly. So I've never done the self-hosted myself, but I believe I've worked at companies that did do their own self-hosted runners. I'm almost positive. I don't know if it matters if I say, but I don't know if I should say. But yeah, I'm almost positive I've worked at companies that had their own self-hosted runners. I remember working at one company where it was like, dude, one runner was like split between way too many companies, and if you like clogged that runner, oh buddy, everyone in the company couldn't get their shit run. Like, dude, it was fucking, and this was a big company. Dude, that was gnarly. That was bad. Dude, we had a thing where we were trying to set up some fucking webhook stuff to trigger a re-render for our front end to redeploy it when our content changes happened. And then something they did, they spawned so many goddamn messages that it triggered like thousands of fucking queued builds. And we had like multiple ways that we were all like going through it. So one of our like it was an all hands for our team. One person was well, I'm just going to start clicking things to cancel jobs. All right. Then me, I was like, well, okay, cool. I'm just going to run a script in my browser to do that same thing. And then someone else was like, well, I'll figure out how to do this with like the API. And then they gave up, and I just gave them my script for the browser. Because like, dude, the amount of effort it would have been to like write the API based version. Like, dude, we'd be done by the time my browser script finished. So it was one of those things where it's like, oh, you know what? No, we can do this. We could just run this. This is easy. Nah, here's the browser script. Here you go. Right? It was easier to script the UI than to like script through their fucking bullshit. That was actually kind of funny. I think they did end up actually like totally getting the back end thing going while they were scripting, because still like the amount of stuff you could do it way quicker through the API. But it was like we could at least like keep like killing these things in the browser while they were doing this other part to get the back end part going. And then I think they totally did finish out with the back end part, if I'm remembering right. But the person that was just clicking, like that part was funny to me. But also just like, oh, that's what you click? Yeah, I can find that. I can script it just via like document query selector stuff. Copy and paste in the console. Done, you know? It was funny. Yeah, it was good. Like, dude, thousands of fucking queued builds. Clogged up the entire damn thing. Dude, just working with that third party vendor for whatever thing they were doing, there's just so many things that were so wrong. It was a bummer. But it wasn't their fault. I don't blame them. I blame the tech. Yeah. Anyway. So, if we're back to it. I do need to reach out to someone there. Okay, so yeah, let's keep going. So this we want to keep as a separate PR. That one stays there. Dude, all right, so hold on. These guys, they are hit or miss with some of their songs. I think this one will be better. Dude, sometimes it just goes to like sleepy time. All right, so for, yeah, this part, we got that pushed up. This should now look better in production. No? Wait. Oh, that's the Get Kraken browser extension, just like slyly decorating shit like that. That's cool. Dude, I shouldn't say too much. Who knows what it'll be. But I've been fiddling with like some stuff with the browser extension. If I can figure out how to like make it good, that'd be cool. But no docs, no docs. It's just a thing that I've been like churning an agent on at work. Whether it's actually good, that'll be a separate thing. All right, let's do some water before we do any more of the soda. All right, come on. Why does it keep fucking trying to do that, man? Dude, yeah. I've had to like delete a couple things just because I click the button not reading and then it like makes a PR to like the totally wrong fucking repo. Right? Like the upstream or some other shit. And it's been a thing that I've made a mistake of, and so has the LLM, like multiple times within the past week. It's really annoying. I just think their like auto selection of what branch you should be merging to could be better. But hey, what's up, Ethan? Dude, I saw that photo of like the coding and the golfing thing. That was, dude, that's fucking cool. Now I understand why you're not necessarily looking that hard for something else. Because that's a huge fucking perk. Like, dude, that's really fucking cool, actually. Okay, you know what? Fine. What do you think it would cost to permanently rent a booth? At a 5-iron or something? My question is really like, you know what? There's probably like some like set of hours where it's like, no, man, come on. But like during business hours, Like 9 to 5 weekdays? Honestly, that could be totally fucking doable. Right? Like, that's gotta be like a dead time for him anyway, yeah? And then after that, well, yeah, people are out of work. Like, dude, could you lock down a. Oh, man, I'm really curious about that now. And it would probably cost you less than some fucking, like, commercial fucking rental deal, you know? Like, you know, getting an office elsewhere, like commercial real estate style. Like, dude, that shit, I don't think you can even consider starting that kind of thing for less than like 10 grand, right? Like, we want half of a floor of a skyscraper, you know? So anything under 10 grand, if you could get like a 9 to 5 space reserved at your local 5 iron, that could be fucking amazing, dude. And I wonder if you could convince 5 iron that, like, hey, this is a legitimate business opportunity. Right? Just nationwide, they just start advertising like startup space. Can we bring back the vibe of like the, you know, the co-work space BS, you know, before COVID hit? Galvanize and like all the spaces that Seattle had. WeWork, Galvanize, like all that bullshit. Let's bring that back. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? That was the best time. All right, so what I'm thinking, yeah, make rate limit value more accurate. Yeah, we're just gonna do it. Fuck yeah, get it, buddy. I don't know. We'll leave the branch. Yeah, I mean, so if you already have the office space, 10 grand for a thing that you can amortize over the time you're expecting to be there, like, honestly, that's a solid investment and it's cheaper than going out for something like that. You can totally like realize it as like a sales slash employee benefit package thing, like as like a total, like, you know, just as an expense. So you can write it off against like your profits for a year, like actually amortized over a bunch of years. Probably you could just, no, it, we did it in 1 year. Let's write off 10K for that year. But yeah, I don't know. Because it's not R&D. You're not like legally required to amortize it. Dude, did that shit get repealed yet, actually? I haven't paid attention. What was the name of it? Section like 518 or something like that? Anyone remember? Where it was basically that like R&D could no longer be amortized that same year. Like you had to like spread it out over the next like I think 5 years for internal and 10 years for external or something like that. I could have those numbers wrong, but yeah, dude, has that has that been repealed? Cause that shit, dude, that was really bad for startups. I'm gonna say 518. I don't think it was 518. No, shit. $174 actually sounds more like it. Yeah, I don't know where I got the 518 number from, but 174 is actually it. Okay, so foreign R&D costs have to be amortized over 15 years, dude. Yeah, that one's fucking just gnarly, man. I think here's the thing, like the foreign cost makes sense. Like, yeah, make people pay for that part. I think domestic. So that was the fix. All right. So as of over a year or two ago, like basically just over a year, 174 was actually repealed for domestic, which is awesome. That's amazing. Yeah, yeah. So cool. This actually probably massively helped. But yeah, still like foreign R&D cost has to be amortized, and that just incentivizes like local hiring. That was perfect. All right, so they did it just the right way with that part. That's cool. Oh, we vibe everything. How about that? Deal with it. Okay, so okay, so we can close that one too. All right, so now we want to move all of that over to conductor. All right, so the things that we're adding, Jetstream Turbo, is that the name of it? Okay, so Jetstream Turbo now has this thing. I'm a little curious, like, what would ever go into the backlog? How does that even make sense? And yeah, I think I'd rather group by repo at this point. And then over on YouTube, a Tukir. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, I like the idea of grouping by repo at the moment. That's nicer. Because then the status is just like right there, you know? That part's easy. Tukir, we're just trying to figure out like a good workflow around this tool called Conductor. So now we're bringing in a project technically Jetstream Turbo here, we're going to need to then like start forking it for two separate things that we're doing, right? We're going to be doing some like front end iteration still, and then we're going to be doing some other BS too, and like, I don't know, just hacking at it. Actually, I think it'll just be front end iteration for now, so that's actually simpler. But yeah, the idea is that we've been using just the terminal via OpenCode and a bunch of other stuff for individual things concurrently, like working. We've been doing a little bit within the same repo where like we know that they have enough of a distinct like focus that they're not going to touch each other, right? There's not going to be any like overlap of like who's modifying what and where. But it was still getting to the point where, yes, now we have strict rules about not modifying main. So yes, using conductor to modify concurrent stuff there, they're going to spawn like separate work trees, which means they can then work independently without any mixing and matching. So then it becomes a lot nicer that way. A merge conflict in the cloud is fine as long as we're not like doing stuff weird locally. You got another big question. Using Opus, is there an easy and cheap way to get Opus? Yeah, no, Opus is super spendy. I'm using the $20 a month Claude plan, and I'm using Opus right now. I still have my Codex that doesn't expire until like the 17th or something, so I'll keep using that as much as I can. And then I'm just juggling like Open Code and their free tier. So it doesn't have Opus, but I would say check out OpenCode. They do have some free models that are worth checking out. They have limits, but the limits are really reasonable. But they end up doing the limit based on like all of your free tier, not like per model. So just really pick and choose which model you care about the most, and then just like work at that. Like I'm sure the billing is like model based, like how much tokens cost, but your like quota for the free tier is spread through all of them, right? If that makes sense. Just think like every day, and they reset at like UTC 0 time. Every day you get a refill of like free tokens or like free credits, and then whatever model you pick, the free models deduct from those free credit tokens, if that makes sense. So certain models could cost more, totally. And then you're hitting your limit quicker for the free tier. So yeah, give OpenCode a try, 2Care, right? That's my biggest thing I'm trying to say. But yeah, what's up, Not Nang, Mr. Sir? How you doing? What you up to, dude? All right, so we're about to really embark on splitting these out, which means we need other things we kind of want to like juggle locally, vibe Cody wise. I do feel like Conductor should be able to use skills. Oh, it totally does. Yeah, you just do a slash and it's just right there. So it's even quicker and easier. Yeah, why doesn't OpenCode do that with the skills? Like, why are they not just right there? They should be. So OpenCode's got a bug there at least. They could be better. 2Kier, why free tokens? If you're not worried about free tokens, then okay, that's what you asked though, right? You were asking for specifically Opus? Yeah, I don't know about Opus. But free tokens for other shit? Yeah. If not, okay, cool. I don't care anymore, man. Like, I really don't. Do it or don't. It doesn't affect me. It's not like I work there. All right, so what we want to then do. And we're using Opus for this. We'll go into plan mode. Right, for the monitor, I want to audit all the metrics we track, and I want you to think about tracking the right thing. Right? For context, the streams listen to the Blue Sky Firehose of social media event through different server implementations. We just want to provide a clear, consistent, a clear, unbiased representation the appropriate stats to use to compare the server implementations. Let's just try and like hammer that out. All right. So here you go. Opus, go for it. Fuck it, man. Let's see what happens. So while that's firing, we got other things going. I think the compatibility thing, yeah, honestly, our NeoVim biscuits thing should be good. So that one should be fine. The shader toy thing, totally broken. We need to figure out how to test that better. What's it got right now? Invalid GSL. Oh, come on. All right, so I do need to use the restroom. Am I grabbing another soda? think I'm grabbing another soda. But yeah, we'll let this kick off and churn a little bit. All right, BRB. Necessarily need to leave that. Ready. So. Oh, and Tukir. I work at GetKraken as a developer advocate. Sorry, I had to use the restroom, man. Take it easy. Dude, all three tiers. Oh. GLSL opt-in. Oh, dude. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah, do that. Ooh, what am I going to do for dinner tonight? I just had that thought. I'm thinking... I do have some dishes to wash to do it, but I'm thinking tortellini and sausage again. I do need to use some of the sausage. I also need to, like, freeze the sausage tonight. So I think that would be a good, like, exercise and just, like, getting all of that part done. Like, since I'm going to be freezing it, might as well cook it as well. So I think that'll be a good move. Yeah, instead of like the tubes of sausage, like, the Jimmy Dean style, like where it's like the plastic wrapper thing, I instead got like Italian sausages from Costco that are just like, the intestine wrapper thing or whatever. And I'm gonna take those and vacuum seal them. Because they're easier to like manage and deal with than like the whole like, loose sausage that you'd have to like patty down and like, get flat and all that, right? So yeah, I'm thinking that might be the move. I like that. Like, it's my first time really trying it. They're delicious fresh. I'm gonna see how they come back out like after unfreezing, and that'll really decide if we made a good decision or not. Here's the thing I really like about it. Once I get them into the vacuum sealed plastic, I can start sous videing that stuff, and then I guarantee it's cooked all the way through, and then I just sear it. Dude, the sous vide sounds like a really good idea for reheating the sausage. Because it's in like the casings anyway. And I just take the casings and fucking sear them in a super hot pan. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, so yeah, sure. Do it. All right, so then, oh, and that's what the next unread was. This was gonna take us to here. So this is just for like juggling these agents. Honestly, this is kind of nice. All right, so we had this thing do just like an analysis of what we got, right? And how's the text size? Should I zoom in? Can you all read that? Okay. All right, so no message content inspection. No message content inspection. Oh. Okay, so that's our response to it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I don't think the Delta card things and the bias there were important. So we want to steer it away from that part. Oh, God damn it. Hotel pools. Why are you guys allergic to publishing like full albums? Come on, please tell me this is a full album. It's a single track. God damn it. Here we go. We got an album here. Hey, it's a long one too. Oh, we've heard it before. Ooh. Might have to buy it. Shit. It does look like we've caught up with the amount of like Hotel Pools content, like albums that have been published since the last time we looked at them, though. If I'm hitting this and like seeing like oh, we're at the limit. Ooh, okay. I see. So that's a little tougher. All right. I'd say we can hand that off. The handoff is interesting too. Hey, what's up, Duck? How you doing? Claude? We're using Opus right now for what we're doing here in Conductor, which is the tool we're using to try and orchestrate this stuff. I do need to start juggling the codec stuff into here. I think we're good. Like, the last time that we overused the Opus, we were doing like a lot of shit. And I think we're at a better place now. So I think we'll be fine, but I do need to like, yeah, we should get some other stuff like vibing, right? Like we got these tokens, we should be using them, yeah? That's just science. Now, my main big thing is, yes, we're doing this Jetstream Turbo stuff. We want to like really do some separate stuff, right? What we're gonna need to do eventually is start like parallelizing what we're doing on this. Here's the thing I worry about. Like, don't you dare commit this shit. Duck, what is the general purpose? So the thing we're doing right now over here with Jetstream Turbo. All right. Everyone out there, you ready? I don't want to have to repeat this here in 5 minutes. Bluesky is a social media platform similar to Twitter. It was actually spun out of Twitter and built at Twitter like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, whatever. They have the idea of the fire hose. The fire hose is every single event. You can listen to the fire hose with a simple WebSocket. Beyond that, they have the idea of the jet stream, and the jet stream is the fire hose, but it's JSON instead of the binary data that the fire hose is. Somehow the jet stream actually delivers events and messages and shit faster than the actual fire hose does. I don't know how that's possible. I must have done something wrong, but whatever. And then beyond that, there's a company called Graze.social that will take the jet stream, which is just the JSON interpretation of the fire hose. They're not adding anything extra. They will take in the jet stream, and then they decorate the jet stream with all the extra metadata about like the username, right? Their user image, their description, like a link to their profile, like the replies, the likes, like just all this extra metadata bullshit has to be fetched from the API. And what they do is they fetch it from the API, decorate it, and then spit it out back onto another like thing, right? So it lags behind the jet stream, but it has all this extra stuff that you can actually like build an application off of. We are taking the one that Graze.social has, they open sourced it, it's Python, and we're rebuilding it into Rust. Why Rust? Well, I didn't want to deal with deploying Python. That's actually like the only, like, that's the number one thing. Like, I didn't want to have to use Docker. I just wanted to be able to deploy a binary and call it good. Are there some edge cases to that? Yeah, a little bit. Well, it meant, yeah, the thing they were doing had Redis, so we had to vibe code up a not Redis implementation that just sits in memory but uses the same API because we didn't want to change too much shit. The turbo stream that we do have a monitor for it. And let's double check how's that doing. Actually, I'm kind of curious. So at least as far as the last time we launched these things, it currently looks like we are ahead of Graze.social by about, I don't know, anywhere between like 200 and 300 things. So yeah, we have a theoretically lighter implementation of the turbo stream built in Rust, but it also doesn't do every single thing that theirs does. They had some S3 shit in there. They had some other stuff that we just didn't need. So it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it does solve the problem that I have for an application that I'm building called Messijo, Messijo. Messijo still uses the turbo stream from Graze.social. We are hoping to replace it after we've proven that it is stable enough and that we get messages fast enough. That's it. That's all that we're doing, and that's why we're building this service. This isn't to say like, oh, hey, we're better than Graze. Meh. No, this is just for me to like visualize this shit. I'm not trying to like lord it over anybody. Like, nah, man, dude, this is a hard problem to solve. And you can see, like, dude, they catch up. They catch up massively. They're actually ahead. We're not visualizing that properly because that's the thing we're pushing right now. But we're getting there. Do I use Ansible for anything? No. Nope. In general, Ansible's only useful if you want to do things in like a cross-platform way. Why would you use Ansible when you could just do a bash script? Like, I understand there's like plug-in playable stuff with Ansible, but that just sounds like dependencies. I don't know. Like, most things should be like scriptable with anything simpler. But I get it. Like, dude, what is simpler? Well, yeah, bash scripting. Like, dude, there's so much shit. And you do have dependencies. They're OS dependencies instead, and you can't track it. Well, okay, that sucks. So you're right. What else could you do besides Ansible? Like Docker? Ugh. Same issue, like just such a hassle. There's some other things too. I forget what they are. Yeah, I've never ever considered Jenkins a thing you would run locally. Right? Jenkins is like a cloud thing, in my opinion. We're talking purely about like in let me just put it this way actually. I've never considered Ansible a viable thing for the cloud ever. Like ever. Ansible seems to me more like a locally like scriptable thing. I would rather use basically anything else for cloud stuff other than Ansible. You know? Oh damn shit, since we started talking shit, they caught up. What's my opinion on OpenClaw? I don't know. I probably wouldn't use it for a while. There are certain things I could see using it with, but they wouldn't need authentication. But it would still be easier than writing up like a bot to do it, and it's not worth like building a SaaS around. That's where I could see like OpenClaw having value. Like do things that you want to script that require like more engineering effort than just some like bullshit. Like it requires like clicking through and actually doing stuff and like using some kind of intelligence, like not even like a lot, but just a little. But it's still not worth like building a service around it kind of thing. Yeah, OpenClaw sounds really perfect for that. As an example, I could absolutely see turning OpenClaw loose on like bandsintown.com. Find all the artists playing like locally here and, you know, then check to see if they're related to bands I actually like. Let me know if you think I'll like them. And then bam, right? Like I could really see like OpenClaw being really good at that, and it doesn't need authentication for any of that shit. That sounds like a great use case to me. But all this other shit people are doing, like buy me a plane ticket, fuck that. Dude, people are insane. People are fucking crazy. That's something you would let a fucking clanker do? No, man. Come on, are you fucking insane? Hold up. Here's the biggest thing. I'm a millennial. There's that meme, right? Millennials pull out the laptop to make big purchases. Yeah, dude, right? You will never convince me to use OpenClaw for a big purchase. Hell no, dude. No. I'm making a big purchase. Hold on, let me grab the laptop. Yeah. There we go. Now we're open. Now I can see. Big purchase from the phone? Why would I do that? I don't trust it. I don't know. Right? So that's like the big thing. Like, I would never, like, I'm old enough that, yes, I am pull the laptop out for a big purchase millennial. You'll never convince that person to use OpenClaw. Like, not for a purchase. To let it just, like, do other shit that it doesn't need any permissions for? Yeah, totally, man. Ah, we got that. No big deal. There you go, FN. Totally. Ty Sweezy, that's just how that works anyway. AI or not, you know? It depends on what we're doing. Like, I do feel like we're seeing pretty solid results out of like Codex and Opus for what I would say is probably like a lot of tasks I would say is more complex than I would trust Minimax with from like a scaffolding level. If I were to break it down for Minimax first and do it as like individual steps, Minimax would nail it, in my opinion. So there's something about like the frontier models being able to like see the big picture better, whereas I think like Minimax just doesn't. And could that be a prompting difference? Absolutely. Like my prompting is shit, but I don't think like getting better at prompting is not the goal. These things should get better at understanding our intent, you know? Like to a degree, there's like a fine line. But getting better at prompting is a skill that's going to like rapidly be like less and less value because the models are going to be better at understanding intent. Theoretically, I don't know. So yeah, I do find this kind of interesting. Yeah, Masijo has had 177 disconnects. We could always just like restart this server too. I think the data is like actually polluted. Hey, Pedro, Mr. Sir. Surprised you didn't raid Theo. He's still going, right? Oh, and Pedro, how am I not following you? I'm so sorry, man. Oh, you don't watch Theo? Okay. I'm not saying you have to agree with them, but I don't know. It's definitely a stream worth checking out when you got time. But, No, I don't think I was aware that you even streamed. Yeah, I don't think I knew. So yeah, stoked you stream, man. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah. What were you doing on your stream? Did we do like the other? Yeah, we did. We did the big shout out. Yeah, what were you doing on your stream? Our shout out command, trying React Native. Oh, there you go. So yeah, what with React Native were you doing? I've done a lot of React Native in the past. Not anything for like a professional company, but as far as like my own shit, I've done a shitload of React Native actually. Like building an interaction based on like the, phone to phone connector if you have the apps open or something. That shit does blow my mind, and I don't necessarily trust it, but I don't know. Yeah, it's still kind of cool. When people like offer to do it, I'm just like, I don't know. I know it's not any safer than scanning your QR code, but still, like, I don't know. I've heard of shenanigans where people do that and like, oh, you think it's just like the contact thing, but they're actually initiating like a Venmo transaction or something. Like you still have to like confirm it, so that would be up to you. But I like the whiskey. There you go, Paul. Yeah, it could be virtual candy. And then Duck over on YouTube. Hell no, I'm not checking some random fucking repo. You could go to my Discord. I don't know if I have a good way of you getting to my Discord from YouTube, though. I think you're an enterprising young individual. I bet you can figure it out. But if you do make it to our Discord and you want people to check out your repo, we do have a promote yourself channel. We also have a project feedback channel. Either one of those would work. But am I gonna click your repo randomly from your first time showing up in YouTube chat? Hell fucking no. Like, come on, dude. Come on. Wasn't born yesterday. Hold on, seriously, what's that one bit from Letterkenny? Dude, people from LA should shut the fuck up about tacos. What's this now? Oh, you never heard him? Oh yeah, you know, tacos this, tacos that, blah blah blah, right? Wait, no, hold on. People from LA should shut the fuck up about hiking. They start out with the hiking. My bad, I fucked it up. Yeah, people from LA should shut the fuck up about hiking. What's this now? Oh, you never heard him? Oh, hiking this, hiking that, Runyon Canyon, blah, 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 blah. It's just an asshole word for walking. I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, you know, they should also shut the fuck up about tacos. What's this now? Oh, you never heard him? Oh, tacos this, tacos that. It's just fish steak or carnitas wrapped up in a tortilla. It's not fucking rocket science. Shit, I think I messed up the quote at the end there. But yeah. Dude, it's such a good bit. And then it cuts and they got the one dude who's like, hey, what's this about tacos? Like, dude, it's just so good. Oh, I have the best references, for sure. Now, if we could just, like, send a prompt and get the perfect response, we could say insane inference as well. Ooh, that'd be even better. That might have been the worst joke of today. That might have been my absolute worst joke of the day. I'm okay with it. Insane inference, too. Oh, that's Stream Parrot. Yeah, if you start like really doing like the replacement emote stuff, right? Like kind of like similar to how I do a smiley face and it's my smiling face. If you want to do any of that stuff and you start hitting a limit, just let me know and like I'll bump you up, dude. I'll get you to where you can do like 256 emotes. Right? Shit. That project cost me over $100 a month. Because I built it for a scale it would never need. But I have other expenses I'd rather cut out than kill that. Yeah, no, I get it there, Duck. Here's the thing, though. The way we built Stream Parrot, it could handle like 10,000 users, no problem. On the hardware we got right now, we could actually probably handle way more. Now, here's the thing. Daily, like, average users peaked around like 30, maybe 35. And now it's probably somewhere between like 10 and 20. But yeah, the more people that use it, the better. Then I can rationalize paying for it and keeping it going. I'm pretty sure Prime still uses it, you know? Just saying. He's not using any of the features that are valuable. Like, he could be using just raw TMI.js. I hope you know that, right? For sure. He could just be using raw TMI.js. But Prime's just a really good dude. And he still uses Stream Parrot. Just out of, like, I don't know, loyalty. Which he does not, like, owe at all. But he's just that cool, you know? That's why I'm still a fan. From a beaker? No, but it does have, like, the, you know that, like, symbol, right? Like the Boy Scout symbol? Is that, what is it? I think they call that, like, what is it? The Weeblo? Get your mind out of the gutter. Right? That's like the fleur-de-lis or whatever, technically. That's like another thing. But, like, what is it in, like, Boy Scout terms? It's the fleur-de-lis. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Swampy? Oh, so Bedro, no, what you're seeing is like, you're thinking of like when he's showing the native chat window, he switches over and it's like the two side by side. I'm talking about the thing that's in the upper right corner. He still does that from time to time. I could have sworn. I swear I've seen it. Like, he's shouted out this stream at least once or twice in the past month. Maybe 2 months. Just because, like, oh, something was going wrong and he just opted back to, like, my thing, I guess? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the context. I know he shouted me out and it had something to do with Stream Parrot. But yeah, nah, he's just a dude. He's the man. We don't agree about everything. Maybe even a lot of things. I think we agree about enough. But yeah, no, he's still just cool, you know? And I respect that. I like that. In my opinion, you shouldn't surround yourself with only friends you agree with. I know that sounds like weird and counterintuitive, but you need people you somewhat disagree with to help you, like, understand your own opinions better, you know? Like, you can't just surround yourself with fucking yes men. I disagree. Let's hang out. Yeah, no, exactly. I know. Like, saying that to chat is, like, a double-edged sword. But I'm just saying, like, just going out to, like, Seattle JS once a month. I get to talk with all sorts of people in the tech space, and I don't always agree with everything they're saying, but you have to talk to people that you don't agree with and be able to like rationalize and understand their opinions without necessarily having to prove them wrong, you know? Yeah, I think there's a lot of value to that. Like, you need to talk to people that disagree with you. You need to like have friends that are not just fucking yes men, you know? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Too many haters? I mean, I think there's a difference there. I don't know. Yeah, that's tougher. I'm not inside Theo's head or not, but I still think he and I are like close enough to disagree without being dicks about it that we're good. But I could be wrong. I, I could be wrong. I think we're good. Am I racist for YouTube comments? Duck, I'm actually just kind of ignoring you because your comments don't really make sense like the past couple. I'm ignoring you because those last couple, like, I would have banned someone here in Twitch chat for that shit. You should accept the fact that you haven't been banned yet to be like, well, at least I'm allowing you to chill. Yeah, your previous comments here on YouTube were fucking weird, dude. I could just ban you if you want. Here's the best part. This is actually a thing. This is like one of the most obvious things. The people that pushed back against affirmative action are usually the least qualified for a task anyway. Yeah, Duck, you're actually benefiting from being on YouTube right now because I would have banned the fuck out of you. Like, real quick, actually. If you were over here on Twitch saying that same shit. You're benefiting from the system and you don't even know it. The people that push back on affirmative action are actually benefiting from that system and they don't even know it and they just want it dismantled because they're fucking racist, you know? Yeah, we don't want fucking idiots. Show me an anti-affirmative action thing that has ever worked out and not promoted idiots to the top. And if you agree with what they're doing, you can't because you're a fucking idiot too. And you're not capable of that type of reasoning. Boom, roasted. Nailed it. At the end of the day, affirmative action forced us to actually put better people into positions rather than letting it be a boys' club. Like, categorically, we've seen that statistically, like, all across the board, and we're seeing it in all forms of government right now. Right? Like, dude, it's just funny. Yeah, no worries, Pedro. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. It's fine, Duck. I see you over on YouTube. Just stop being weird, man. Just be cool. If we go based on like how Prime tweets YouTube chat or treats YouTube chat, like holy shit, man. YouTube chat is like generally unhinged. I get it, Duck. You're not used to people actually treating you like a real person anyway, so like now it's weird. Yeah, could you just like be normal? And that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. You could stay as long as you want. If that's not possible, well then yeah, maybe go. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's up to you. It's not up to me. It's up to you. Do you like hanging out here? Well, yeah, maybe just be cool. I know, weird, right? It's like I smoke weed or something. It's just basic dude stuff, a little bit, but you know, let me put it this way, Swampy, right? Like, as far as just being a basic dude, yeah, we grew up with Good Burger, right? I'm a dude, she's a dude, they're a dude, we're all dudes, right? Like, for sure. There are people that have not grown up with Good Burger and are not aware of like just being a dude. It's not a gender thing. Like, just be a dude. Just be cool, you know? Like, just embody the Big Lebowski in some way. Like, just don't be a dick about it, you know? Duck, yeah, no, bit rude. Like, dude, honestly, Duck, you're not listening to what I'm saying. And also, yeah, maybe you're like showing your own true colors, right? I disagree with that 90s song. Not all true colors are beautiful. Some are just shit colored, you know? I'm actually really proud of that True Colors reference. Damn. All the millennials in chat whose knees hurt when they woke up today, that shit hit hard, didn't it? For some reason, you pictured Melanie Griffith, right? What was even that movie? What was even that movie where it's like it starts out with that song, True Colors, right? Like that song, right? But it's like as these like girls grow up thing. What movie was that? Dude, millennials out there, you know the fucking movie. I do not think it was shining through. Now and Then? Was that it? Oh, no, that was totally it. That was fucking it. Yeah, because it's like young Christina Ricci. Yes, I had a crush. That's why I remember watching the film. I had a crush on Christina Ricci, obviously. Duh. I'm a millennial. Duh. But yeah, there's like the child actresses versus like the parent version of them or like the old version of them. And yeah, no, that's the movie Now and Then. That's totally fucking it. But they had that song True Colors in it. And I remember that shit. I'll never be able to forget it, you know? I will just say, y'all wish you could remember movies like I could remember movies. Shit. Shit. All right, so hold on. Yeah, we're back to this bullshit. All right, so wait, did we do it? Did you make it? Did it happen? Push it to a PR. Fucking do it already. Yeah, my biggest problem with Conductor is not being able to actually like test its bullshit locally. I know they give us a terminal that we can do it on. It just doesn't feel the same, you know? But honestly, I should be doing that more. I should definitely be doing that more. Tukir, are we still here? Wow. Like Owen Wilson style. Sorry. Yeah, Owen Wilson. Wait, who's the other Wilson brother? Luke Wilson. No, not Luke Wilson style. Owen Wilson style. Wow. Was that a perfect Owen Wilson wow? Like, where would you rate it? It was at least between 7 and 10, right? Wow. 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 I think I can sit like solidly between 7 and 10 with most of them. Oh, wow. 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 Tukir over on YouTube. Why is my Opus not stopping? Do I not deal with the quota? They do a 5-hour quota, so if you do it right, you don't get limited the same. And I've done a bunch of other bullshit with like codecs and some other things, especially like open code free tier stuff, that I don't think we're hitting limits because we also bullshit enough between things that we're just hanging out. So yeah, there's actually like a win-win of just like being a streamer and like having to entertain a little, to where like you space out your token usage anyway, just naturally. That's just science. No, I do not have an unlimited quota. That'd be cool though, wouldn't it? Oh my god, that'd be awesome. I pay the $20 a month thing. That's it. We got rate limited the other day, and we will be rate limited again here soon, I'm sure. We do need to really switch to like codecs for a bunch of this shit. I should be saving the Opus because I'm using Opus for work stuff too. So I should be using like codecs for all of this bullshit from here on out for sure. Can I make a video on how to do it? On how to do what, Tukir? Right? I get it, dude. Like, nah, man. Like, I don't know. Opus is not unlimited. It is very limited still, but I use it in a very specific and focused way. That's the thing, Tukir. Know what you want and what you're trying to build. Otherwise, you're going to burn a shitload of tokens just figuring shit out. So maybe figure shit out with a cheaper model. And then turn Opus loose when you actually need that level of expertise. I think you could use way simpler models for the ideation phase, right? The chat phase, like the thinking about what you need to do phase. And then you could spend your more expensive tokens for Opus or Codex actually doing the thing, which is exactly what we've done. I think the biggest thing every single person out there using any of these tools should recognize is you do not need the smartest fucking model every time. You think, right? And it's like, it's such a, like, is such an easy, logical human fallacy to recognize. Like, we all think every problem we deal with needs the utmost fucking intelligence to deal with, because otherwise, us not wanting to do it and needing to do something, if we used a cheaper model, that would actually like hint that, like, dude, we're actually just idiots and we're not doing the simpler thing. Like, we could have just done it, right? If we could use a simpler model for it. Yes, that will hit at your ego. There are people out there in the world that only use more expensive models because they don't want to feel like fucking idiots. And I just want to say right now, it doesn't make you an idiot that you couldn't do a thing that you're farming out to a cheaper model. But our egos will not let us, like, separate that. That is a fucking video to make. That's a fucking video to make. All right? So hold on. Let's get more music going. To me, that's like the most important video I could make. Every single human being out here likes to think that the problem they're trying to solve is the hardest problem in the fucking world and they need the smartest intelligence to do it. Wrong. Your ego is leading you down just the wrong fucking path, and you are overpaying for the ideation phase. You're overpaying for various phases of all this shit. Like, 100%, like, no matter what, you are fucking up. You're overbilling yourself for things that you could have farmed out to a way fucking cheaper model. If you're on a $20 a month plan with Claude or OpenAI, why would you do that? Right? If you're on like a $20 a month plan with either of these things, you're going to hit rate limits. Could you instead use like the free tier from OpenRouter or OpenCode or all this other shit? And then just like ideate, create a plan, finalize and make that plan amazing, and then farm the plan out to smarter models. I do not think you need the absolute smartest fucking plan to help you during planning. The only reason you would need the smartest model during planning is if you are not the smartest person during planning. The model can compensate for your lack of ability. If you think I'm talking shit, I am. I think you are better. You can actually use a cheaper fucking model because you are actually smarter during the planning phase. But you actually have to put the work in. A writer, to me, N8N has always been like a Zapier thing. That is not the point of N8N. It is a thing that you can do with N8N. But that's not the whole idea of N8N. N8N is just an orchestration layer. N8N is just open source Zapier. It actually doesn't have an opinion about how you should orchestrate things. That's up to you, man. The value that N8N might provide is your ability to fine-tune which models you care about at which step of the chain. Sure. Yeah. But in my opinion, N8N is really just open source Zapier. What you're talking about is more like Langflow. And N8N and Langflow have somehow magically like filled in the same like space. Tukir, I work for GitKraken. You asked this already. Like, Tukir over on YouTube, you do seem a little trolly at this point. I work for GitKraken as a developer advocate. My goal is to convince you that using some of GitKraken's tools are really useful during very specific cases. I'm not trying to sell you just categorically on it. I'm not trying to lie to you. I think there are cases where GitKraken solves a problem, but if you don't have that problem, I'm not trying to sell it to you. Like, dude, I just don't care. So yeah, Tukir, I'm a developer advocate. I work for a company. That's my job. Like, take it easy. I understand why the Primogen ignores YouTube chat most of the time as well. But yeah, so a writer, right? Like I get it, but N8N is just a Zapier alternative, right? So I just want to make that like fully clear. That is not the idea of N8N. No. That might be the idea of using N8N for certain cases, but N8N is just an open source Zapier. That's it. That's fucking it. That's like the baseline. That's like the only way to understand N8N that matters. They are just open source Zapier. Once you recognize that, then you can understand how people are using it possibly for agentic shit and all that bullshit, right? But at its core, it's just open source Zapier. If you can think how you would use that for agentic workflows and all that, yes, obviously, like duh, for sure. But you could do that with Zapier. You could also just do that with Langflow, LangChain, and a bunch of other weird ass bullshit that's been spun up. And I would say that the AI part is not N8N's actual like best case scenario. I think they've adapted to it, but it's not necessarily like what they set out to solve, so it's not going to be like perfect. Yeah, I forgot who did LangChain. Langflow was that company Carter Rabasa worked for, right? That got acquired by IBM. But LangChain, who did LangChain? Was that just only ever open source? Yeah, I don't remember the LangChain part. Yeah. Yeah, LangChain is like old school. It's like the OG triple triple. Like it's super old. Yeah, for sure, dude. But there was a company behind LangChain, wasn't there? Or am I remembering that wrong? Was LangChain just open source? I could have sworn there was some company. But let me go pee. And maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe LangChain is the one that Carter Rabasa's company had. What was it? DataStax? Is that it? All right, so I got myself another soda. Who all's hanging out? What we up to? Man, I had to pee. I had to pee real bad. We should be wrapping up here soon, right? Like, come on, just saying. Like, I kind of want to play some games, right? That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Normally, a Wednesday is like a big gaming day for me, as well as like a bunch of work to get done. Instead, I'm gonna have to get a bunch of that work done tomorrow, which I can do. Dude, I have a meeting at like 8 a.m. All right, so we're not staying up too late tonight. Let's get more music going. Damn it, that was such a short album. These fuckers with their short albums, man. They just don't label this shit in a way that you can like find it. Just as, yeah. All right, so fuck them. All right, here we go. Let's just play something else. Here we go. Here we go. Nailed it. Oh, goddamn. Oh, it's like I sneezed or something. It's fucking weird. Here we go again. It's coming back around again. Woo! I love a good sneeze. Woo! Sukir, I don't care, man. Like, dude, you should have like agency over your own life and not put your career decisions in the hands of some streamer. And if you're not putting your hands in the, or putting your decision in the hands of some streamer, well, then why are you asking me? Are you just pulling people because you're like uncertain and you just want to see what other people say? Like, yeah, if my vote doesn't matter, then no thank you either. Right? So, Tukir, either have agency over your own life or have agency over your own life. There you go. Problem solved. I would not trust a single human being in the world that tells you what you should do with your life other than you. It's just that easy, dude. I'm lucky. I grew up with really like permissive parents. Man, I could have done anything and they would have been like, sounds good, man. Live your life, dude. All right, so I do think the numbers we're tracking here with the turbo monitor are actually kind of bullshit. Yeah, dude, it's actually like a blessing and a curse. Like, yeah, your parents don't care. They want you to like be you. Like, go for it, man. Just do it. But like that also means like, well, shit. Now I'm way too young to make these decisions. I'm gonna fuck them up. Like, yeah, dude, that's what living is. Making decisions, fucking up, living with them, and improving beyond them. That's the entire point of life. And I love the fact that my parents didn't necessarily, I mean, they pushed back at times. They didn't just like, they weren't laissez-faire. I was too lazy to do the homework for like the advanced math classes. My mom made me do the advanced math stuff at home anyway. Fuck it. That was fine. That was actually better than the math classes at school anyway. They were so fucking boring. I could actually just like do stuff. Did I resent it at the time? Yeah, maybe, but dude, my mom's the best. Now that I look back. Yeah, she wouldn't let me become a fucking idiot. That's awesome, dude. I had the best mom. Some kids had to do piano lessons. I had to do fucking geometry proofs. Thanks, Mom. Way more useful. Way more fucking useful. You wouldn't let me become an idiot. Thank you. I'm not saying piano's idiot stuff either, but it's like, dude. Like, I was always in, like, the gifted math classes, and just because I, like, slacked myself out of the advanced math, my mom wouldn't let me just, like, let that sit there, you know? So, yeah, like, I was always, like, ahead of the game anyway, because my mom gave a shit, which is really cool. Like, and very few people have that privilege. Like, your mom giving enough of a shit to teach you advanced mathematics on her own time. So yeah, no, like, yeah, my mom's the best. Now, granted, she was a math major, so I think she actually enjoyed having to revisit some of that stuff. Just saying, right? Yeah, no, like, she didn't even have, like, a programming degree, though she did programming stuff, but she was a math major. And yeah, like, I feel bad for my younger brother. If I had just simply, like, aced this shit, maybe he would have gotten the extra care. But also, I just don't think he showed any, like, interest or care for math the way I did anyway. I do wonder about that. Like, there is something interesting. Like, I taught myself multiplication, then promptly, like, didn't quite understand it for a while. Taught myself reducing fractions, and then, like, totally just got it forever. Like, I did a bunch of, like, weird math shit that, like, normally has to be, like, really, like, hammered in and taught. But I only think that's even possible. Because, yes, after the multiplication thing, I still remember driving from Texas to New York. Maybe Texas to Pennsylvania? I forget which move that was. But just being like, how many, right? Like seeing streetlights. How many streetlights do you think there are? Like in the USA? And my mom just being like, well, okay, let's think about that. We're currently driving north on a highway that, let's just say, is 1,500 miles long. All right. And then my mom just starts, like, breaking down numbers and, like, okay, so then, like, how else do we think about this? And, like, I'm chiming in, like, Well, yeah, like let's just say we've got like a road running north south every 10 miles. And my mom's like, all right, let's do that math. And then we start multiplying. But what about like crossroads? Oh, well, yeah, let's do that. And then dude, just this like entire just like step of like doing math in our heads while we're just driving on like late night roads on the freeway kind of shit. I have this as like one of my fondest memories growing up. So, okay, if we have enough of these things every X miles, and it was just based on like what we saw, obviously in the middle of nowhere, there's no fucking streetlights. But it was a core memory of still just like, let's just do the math based upon what we're seeing. Now, could we go back and do the math again? Oh, hey, do you notice how like we don't see the things here? Now we need to apply a multiplier to actually understand the number better. Like, dude, like there's so much other shit that could have been done, but at least she put in that first bit. Like, super good. And I'm sure my younger brother was just pass the fuck out. Like, just, yeah, little baby. Ah, tired guy. But yeah, no, like I've just always done the math, I guess. I don't know where and why that story started, but you know what? It was a fun story, right? At least. And let's keep building shit. Right? It's 7 p.m. Honestly, like, should we just go raid? Should we just go raid Theo? Like, we should raid Theo or anyone else because I'm not saying he would raid here, but I don't know if it's like a good moment to raid this channel anyway. But whatever, you know. I think he would raid someone else. Like, he's raided us a bunch lately. I think he would raid someone else anyway. So I think we're good. And now I'm just like considering, would I rather do this than gaming? And I'd rather do this than gaming. So yeah, let's keep hacking at shit. Even though like, oh god, do you see that fucking gap? The clanker is me. I am the clanker. I would totally mess that up myself too. Right? So I'm not even mad at the LLM for fucking that up. I would totally do the same goddamn thing. Fuck, I fucked that up. God damn it. But also, I think there's a thing that we tried to push that just isn't live there yet. And why is that not live yet? So I think there's just something we're missing. Because it should have, like, the diff up there. Like, dude, there's a local version of this that we have that's way better. So why is this not pushing the way we expected? All right, so benchmarks still fail. Yeah, that one sucks. Yeah, the benchmark thing is fucking brutal. We're going to have to figure that out. Wait, what? Hold on. I had not seen that. React was adopted into the Linux Foundation? I didn't know that. When did that happen? Is that like as of today? Or is that like a couple days old and I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not as terminally online as I thought. I guess I'm not as terminally online as I thought. Yeah, I didn't see anything about that. I had no idea. Thoughts? I mean, I think it's a good rendering paradigm. And the fact that it can now just be like open and other people can control it, and then like, you know, Meta and other people can care about like the implication more so than actually like the implementation, right? So that makes sense. Like, it's always been plug and playable, right? There's like React and then there's React DOM, right? The core of React has always meant to be this like majorly agnostic thing that you just plug other renderers into, right? Hence why Ink can exist, or at least was based on React previously because of, right? The idea is just, in general, React is a render engine. The renderer is plug and playable. And if you really, truly understand and embrace that, that's like really fucking powerful. So that's like the main thing I want to get at there, right? So yeah, like React Core. Yeah, absolutely. That should be, for the greater good, that should be like a universal API at this point. And then just imagine like the interoperable things that we could do based on that. Oh shit, so if that's just the fucking interaction layer, we can do things that work with that we do like totally different things on the other side. Now it's just a fucking separation boundary. Right? So like that could be really cool. I could see a lot of value being had of disparate things just meeting that bare minimum of what is a component, right? And the boundary of that. And as long as they meet the rendering semantics of that, then they're good to go. And that frees up a bunch of shit, I think. That could be really cool. It's almost like the same core philosophy as Elm, right? You've got your application. You've got how you handle user interaction. They're all represented as pure functions that just mutate state as they see fit. And then finally, you just have this thing that like you just output stuff that can be interpreted by a renderer in any context. And like, seriously, Elm has always been that. Like, just because the common case of Elm is rendering HTML, no, like Elm is also, I believe, plug and playable in almost the exact same way that React is. It's just Elm is such a stricter language that very few people are prepared to be yelled at that much by the language they're using. Unless they're like Rust or C++ devs. I feel like that was like not even a joke, but it did kind of feel like one, so I'm gonna like wiggle as if I made a joke. Hey. Immediate mode. Yeah, hold on. What is the use case for immediate mode? Could you please explain that for me? Just like, I could look it up too. I would like to hear your interpretation first. And if you want me to just like Google it, I will. That's fine. I get it, Shaka. Like, dude, I'd roast someone as well. Like, if you just want me to Google it, I'll Google it. That's fine. Just say Google it. All right? Cool, man. I'll do it. I'll figure it out. But if you want the opportunity to explain it, you also have the stage. It's just like an invitation you can decline. I did not mention Haskell. I have no idea. No, Sorcerer was saying Haskell was not mentioned. But yeah, Elm and Haskell, like, Elm is definitely influenced by Haskell, for sure, 100%. But I think Elm tried to diverge in, like, a very specific way for very specific reasons. So I don't want to, like, equate the two in any way. Haskell is absolutely an inspiration, I'm sure. There's no way it's the other way around, right? Like, no, Haskell has to be older than Elm. But I could be wrong. Damn, what if? Oh, no, I see. So you're saying immediate mode versus, like an entire redraw. Dude, let me just point out the most performant things in the world are games. Right? And in general, they involve like an entire redraw. So it's not about the redraw, I guess is my point. There are ways we can do things where a redraw is not a fucking issue, dude. Right? Like, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm really trying to say. Like, the redraw is not the mechanism that makes something inherently slow. Most games redraw fucking many times per second. And that's actually something you rate the game by. Like, I want fucking 240 frames a second, motherfucker. Like, you know. No, and I get that, Shaka. I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm not trying to, like, be a jerk. I'm just chatting. Like, just chill. Just chill. All I'm saying is a redraw is not the end of the world, and you shouldn't treat that as like a negative thing. The most performant things we can all think of are fucking games, right? As far as like the shit they gotta do, where like performance matters the most for like every general human being in the world is actually gaming, right? Like statistically, just in general, right? That is where perf matters the most for the most people over some crazy fucking any formula you really want to go at, right? Besides, like, maybe like the sanctity of human life. Well, yeah, if a game is fucked in that way, but like, you know, some AI car is fucked another way. Well, yes, the sanctity of human life is the only fucking metric we could possibly judge other random shit for. Okay? I'm just saying beyond fucking like self-driving car bullshit, like negative, like whatever, right? I'm just saying, like, for the shit we're talking about here. What up, Ray? How you doing? Yeah, we're hanging out, we're chilling. What up, Nil Pointer, Mister Sir? I know, we're hanging out, we're chatting. I should drink way more water. Honestly, that would be just better than as much Coca-Cola as I could ever drink. Water would still be better. Hold on. McDonald's CEO. Mm. Oh, that is some fantastic water. That is just. Mm. That is only water you could get here on the CM Griffing stream. For sure. No one else could do water like that. Mm. Oh, I mean, I drink water like 4 or 5 times a week, totally, for sure, right? Like, come on, guys. Like, I totally drink water like at least like 3 or 4 times a week, like for sure. Okay, like take it easy. Like, I love water. Water's the best. It's just so good. Oh, that is just so fantastic. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, so good. Only the way a CM Griffing stream could do it. That's just science. All right, so yeah, there we go. I get it. Like, why are people roasting that McDonald's guy? He was also just tasting the sandwich. I'm sure it was delicious. I need to actually learn how to blink SOS. Oh, that would be a fucking skill. Could you imagine? Oh god, if you ever just go somewhere else public and you just like have memorized like the SOS for the blink, oh my god, that'd be so fucking good. I would have to watch and memorize that for sure. That's gonna be so fucking good. Oh, dude. Oh, I am absolutely gonna blink SOS in every single fucking interview I ever do from here on out. I have to just like look it up and memorize it. Like, that's it. It's just too good. Oh, that'd be really good. Oh, that'd be really fun. Come on. Like, that's like the best joke ever. That's so like Andy Kaufman style. Like, oh my god, yes. Every interview I ever do, I will absolutely do the SOS blink. And now it's my life's goal to do as many of those as I possibly can. Oh, that just sounds so good. Are you kidding me? Ah, dude. Yeah, Andy Kaufman style. Yeah, that's great. I'm into it. That sounds fantastic. Let's do it. Okay, so it is 7 p.m. We got 3 things that we've scripted. The deploy actually worked. Hold on. Wait, are we good? All right, so no, leaving off. Honestly, like what we got going is we have a local thing that has some stuff and we've committed and it like dude, it's pushed like it should be there. But what we're seeing is that this here at turbomonitor.massijo, which is like Maybe a terrible name. We can change that part. But this static asset is not updating, and there's something we should be doing about that. And that's actually an issue. So something is messed up about that deploy process. All right. So yeah, that is at least part of it. And succeeds, I don't know. Dude, I'm really bad at spelling. I think that's fine, right? I think we're good. Dude, it's like, dude, we're at like 7 p.m. I have early meetings and then like a really important meeting. Shit. So yeah, like actually we'll see how I feel after food. I might just like eat food and pass out super early. Yeah, that might be even better. But yeah, I do have a meeting that starts at like 8 fucking a.m. But if I eat enough tortellini and sausage and pass out at like 11, dude, I can wake up at 7 a.m. and be good, right? That's just science, right? So I think we're good. And if I do a little less than that, I'm sure it's fine. It's not a big deal. So yeah, like I got a plan for tomorrow. I do think there's some stuff we can do on like gaming stream tonight. Just like prep for all the bullshit. Here's the thing, if I wake up at 7, I don't actually need to do the shower thing. I can do the shower thing after all the meetings. Maybe after some exercise and then all the meetings. Or the meetings and then all the exercise. Yeah, there we go. I think we can do that. I think that'll be good. Ooh, and then, dude, is Friday really empty? All right, so yeah, let's finish up about what do we care about, like as like the thing here, right? So our static asset deploy process, not ideal. We also have other things going, right? Like shader stuff. Right? Like that's a terrible fucking like leaving off point, but it's still a thing. And then, dude, Neovim Biscuits, if we don't hear from the dude that proposed the one thing, I know I like left him hanging for like a month and a half. But I think we solved his problem. He had a bunch of like formatting like issues. Like I get it. Like if you have a preference for like indentation in a certain way and whatever, but you should just match what like the repo does, you know? Is it my fault for not having like some config file at the base that would have like overridden it? Maybe. It's a bunch of like Lua code, so I just don't know that ecosystem enough. So maybe that was it. If I had just like had the right like Lua file at the base or config or something. No, this was for Lua code. And for Lua, I don't know that ecosystem. Yeah, Prettier, yes. Prettier RC. Boom, done. We're set. We're fucking good, right? For Lua, I don't fucking know, dude. Do you know? And sure, could we look it up now? But this is a thing I worked on way before whatever shit we got going now, right? So like I'd have to explore it in a totally different way now. Now this is purely for Lua. And I don't know the Lua ecosystem enough. So, yeah. I don't know, man. That is something to think about, though. All right, so I think we're at a good place. We just want to have like more things we start farming out, and I think technically for the Jetstream Turbo, we can start like forking and splitting this too. We can like break like new features and things out into like parallel shit. Like honestly, I think we can start doing that. I might even want to just like fork it just to like start using the codex shit, just to like waste tokens, you know? Hey, if I'm paying for it, I'm using it, right? Till it cancels, and then, yeah, we switch over. We'll be using both, probably, right? I'll be hitting limits for both of them. That's actually the reason. I'll be hitting limits for all this shit if, like, I really start, like, focusing, yeah. I don't know. It's just a lot of bullshit to deal with. What is the way to like optimize it? I need to like overload myself with like too much shit to do. Here's the thing. I have some things I want to do for work as well. But it's not like anything I can get an opt-in for. Bedro, hold on. Which one is that? Oh, the software as a team sport is really fucking good, dude. I really enjoy those. It's just me, like, chatting with people, dude. I'm actually on the hook to find someone else here really soon. I just haven't reached out enough. Coworker, if you're watching, yes, I know. I haven't reached out enough. I'm sorry. There's some things I've kind of, like, burnt out on that I need to put in the work on. Because I'm not actually burnt out. I'm just like, I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, we're not going to dig that deep right now. Burnout's definitely the wrong word. I'm at GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate. Like when you say behind GitKraken, like it's not like I built it myself. No, like I've done ads. Like you might have seen some ads I've done. Like I don't know, man. Whatever. No, GitKraken absolutely does ads, and I've definitely been in some ads and all that shit. Like it's not something where like they push me that hard. I'm sure I could push to be in more ads, or I could like figure out a way to do it. Like I'm just not pushing that hard. But yeah, no, I'm at GitKraken. We do ads. Yep. But yeah, no, we're trying to figure out where we pick back up tomorrow. What do we do tomorrow? We're at a good point tonight where, like, yes, I should just raid someone, then head to gaming, eat some food, wash some dishes, maybe see if we get work done, but hopefully, possibly just like go to bed early and then wake up early and do a bunch of shit. That's like the main goal. Maybe I stay up late and like do a bunch of shit too, but we'll see. We'll see. Sounds like gaming to me. But yeah, so shader stuff. That any other thing we want to really focus on. Nah, ... We'll figure it out. Fuck it, deal with it. Nah, we don't need to save it. We're set. All right, cool. Whatever. So that's our plan. I do think, hold on, if we do look at this, this is our biggest win over like recent time. Right? Like this 24-hour. The way that we have like managed and capped and like fucking like asymptotically like solved the memory problem in our disk usage and other shit. Like, dude, that's a fucking massive win, dude. We had a runaway problem for RAM, CPU usage, and disk. And it is fucking solved. We're done. Like, we're set. Like, I don't think this will ever be a problem ever again because of the things that we like. Do I know specifically what we solved? No, because we vibed it. And it's Rust code that is vibed to not do all this and like be just right and all that shit and like, you know, do the SQLite thing just the right way and all that bullshit. And we're good. That's what I'm getting at. Like, you do not have to be an expert, but you do need to know what you want. And if you can't prompt it towards what you actually want and why you want it and what's failing and where it's failing, like, yeah, and isn't that the same thing we've kind of always done as engineers anyway? Isn't it? So I would say just do not eschew the entire thing. Just recognize that your expertise has more and more value towards not burning tokens in a fucking, like, you know, Don Quixote-esque, right? Hold on, wait. A quixotic quest. That's it. Yeah, no, there was a movie that used that quote, and I fucking love that movie. The movie was actually called The Anarchist Cookbook. And yeah, the main character used that phrase, like, a quixotic quest, which is like anything like quixotic is relating to Don Quixote, right? It's like a very, like, specific word. Yeah, I really like that. Anyway, let's go raid someone. It's like I'm baked. It's like I smoked some weed or something. Who are we going to go raid? Is Theo still going? Yeah, exactly, Wizard, for sure. All right, so we're gonna go raid Theo. Yeah, no, like I was like, oh no, is it we're only at 34 people. Well, you know what? He's only at 391, and that's actually low for him. So like, in general, when we do raid Theo, we're typically a 10% bump. I'm sure like he wouldn't doubt that number, and I'm sure he doesn't like consider it low. Like a 10% bump is huge, man. Here's actually the thing. Hold on. When we say 30% bump, no. I'm willing to bet at least 5 or 6 people that are here in chat are also over there in chat. So, like, they're not going to be part of the raid because they're already there, maybe. Right? So let's hope we could, like, even be close to a 10% bump. Shit. Shit. I know there's a bunch of people over there right now. Don't feel bad about it. It's okay. I don't mind. But yeah, so we're gonna go raid Theo. He's doing his thing. OpenAI uses Elixir. Is that the part he's doing right now? That's fucking huge. I haven't seen the CLI countdown. The Elixir thing is actually the most important. So, like, let's just go get over there now. Let's just go there. Let's do that. So I will say farewell to the YouTube people. Cheers. Have a good night. I feel like I didn't get too weird, so I can leave this stream up, right? I think. We'll see. But yeah, later.